Lessons written, bridges burn. Space demands your everything. On the don't reach you. Be now. For such a take, fought it first. Victory obtained away. Fly dangerous. Fly dangerous. Fly dangerous. Fly dangerous.
Why? Why do you do it? You explore for fame, perhaps for glory of being the first, or maybe you desire to be rich. It needs to be done. Someone has to do it. Explore the galaxy. Be the first. Be famous.
Oh, where no one's ever gone before. Exotic new life, wondrous nebula. Explore the galaxy. Explore the galaxy. Explore the galaxy.
It's dangerous, Commander. Really dangerous. What if I'm there? Come find out. What if I'm there? What if I'm there?
Another star on my display, calling out from far away, calling out from far away. No one's been here before me now. I'll find a way, don't matter how. Through the dark and endless night, past the points of fading light. Every world that catches my eye makes me want to touch the sky. And I know know that I was made for this. Every system holds another gift. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. Shots are blank and sensors clear. All these wonders drawing me. Let them say it can't be done, while I'm chasing distant suns. In my ship I feel alive, as these cosmic waves I ride. Every scan reveals the way to places where I'll make my way. We are all explorers at heart, born to push the boundaries of art. Time to rise, time to fly, beyond what meets the eye. Beyond. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. I hear the call of distance, and I know I found my place. Oh, found my place.
Oh, good Sunday morning. Before I get started, my computer spontaneously rebooted earlier, and
Final systems draw.
my microphone was not the default microphone. I'm just making sure the audio levels didn't get hosed up. Looks like it's okay though. I'll assume it is until options tells me it's not. Hope everyone's having a great Sunday. I made meatloaf Monday. Just had some, even though it's Sunday. Okay, thank you for that. I know it's not Monday. I usually make meatloaf on Monday, but hey, I wanted it today, so I made it. So I'm good to go. I'm still outside the bubble a little ways. Not doing anything special, just killing time actually. Doing some exobiology. See, I'm a little north of the bubble here. I did move the carrier from last stream about 1,500 light years, kind of west a little bit. And we'll just do some more exobiology and a couple of hours and see how it goes.
Through the dust in the night, we burn ahead.
How's your day going, Options?
Pulse racing, shields up. You and I keep
I
going.
was in the announcer stream. Wow, that was a nice odd stutter. On the announcer stream earlier, he sent me a team invite out of the blue for some reason, so I had to go hop into a stream and go, "What's up?" He gave me an invitation to do something. I said, "Well, I'm kind of outside the bubble right now," or I would have. Wait a minute, have I checked this system since I moved the carrier? Oh, yes. Been up since 4:30, had breakfast going well so far. Good, good. I don't know if you saw my post in Discord. I do have 3 monitors again. I got my DVI adapter, DVI to HDMI adapter, and plugged in the monitor to it, and boom, life is good again. So I got my OBS over there, and Bio Insights over there, and then stuff's over here. Still, I did hook up my RX 580 on my other computer. That's another story. I'll get to that in a second. But it is not showing any signs of life. When I plugged it in, the computer basically said nothing was plugged in, even though there's a blue light on it, but the fans weren't spinning or anything. So it may have some fuses blown. I'll have to. I don't know if I can fix that or not. 8 black white. Man is kind of living the elite life. Oh, welcome in. Trying to understand the meaning there. Welcome in, nevertheless. But the RX 580 appears to be dead. There are some fuses that I need to check on it. I'll have to take it apart though to see. Okay, I've already checked the system here. However, another story, the motherboard that I've been working on that wouldn't post because I thought the BIOS was corrupted or something, and I bought a little cheap programmer. Had absolutely no trouble at all reprogramming the BIOS with the latest greatest copy. Plugged that puppy in, and it came alive and posted once. Okay, but there was no hard drive or anything. I could get into the BIOS and look at the settings and do things, and I was like, oh, this is great. Okay.
Performing now.
Then I rebooted it. And when I rebooted it, it posted and stuff and came up, but it's complaining that there's a USB overcurrent and it's going to shut down in 15 seconds. There was no USB devices plugged in at all. None. Zip. Not a keyboard or anything. I mean, I was just rebooted it to see. And I thought it was very odd. But here's the odd part. Here's the odd part to this story. No matter what I did, I could not get past that screen. No, I checked all the pins and stuff. I mean, I remember it posted fine. I was in the BIOS probably for 25 minutes. I just left the BIOS screen up and stuff running. There was no issues. It was all good. Okay, but when I rebooted it, it wouldn't come up. Nothing I could do. And I thought, I did some Googling and stuff, and I said, well, maybe I'll try a different BIOS version. So I went back one BIOS version and flashed the BIOS again in the programmer and stuff, plugged it in, powered it on, beep, posted. Got into the BIOS screen just fine, not a problem. Then I rebooted. Same exact thing. USB overcurrent. I was like, well, this blows chunks. But there was no way to get it, what was different, because the first time I booted it, it went in, it gave me a pop-up that said, no hard drive found, click here, whatever, basically to go into the BIOS. It wasn't giving me that. It just gave me the the American Megatrends or whatever screen it was, and said that there was no hard drive, but then it said the USB message. It didn't give me an option. Oh, it did say, it did mention BIOS setup, but it wouldn't respond to. There was a keyboard plugged in, and it wouldn't work. And that keyboard and stuff worked fine in the BIOS screen. When I plugged it in, when I was in the BIOS, it let me navigate, and the mouse too, let me navigate the BIOS screen. So I could not get back into the BIOS or anything. So I put the latest and greatest version of BIOS back on the, I flashed it again. Same thing happened. It let me get into the BIOS. Came up with the thing, let me get into the BIOS.
I'm reaching
right?
for the one
And
that
rebooted, same thing again, USB overcurrent. So here's where I'm going. I said it's only letting me get in to do things whenever it has a brand new BIOS version, a fresh BIOS version. So I put not the latest and greatest, but the previous version of BIOS back, not the one that was corrupted version, but you know, a different version of BIOS on there. Plugged in a hard drive with Linux Mint on it, and the keyboard and mouse and stuff, and powered it on. It posted. It went into Linux Mint fine, no warnings or anything. Stuff. I could use the mouse. I could open applications and stuff. I was like, oh, this is cool. Okay. Maybe since I hooked the hard drive up, it skipped that thing. Then I rebooted. Same configuration, you know, the hard drive's hooked up, all this stuff. USB overcurrent. Nothing responded or anything. Just I couldn't get into the BIOS screen. I have no idea. No idea why. What to do about that. I mean, yeah, it's usable if I flashed the BIOS, and this is, I mean, every time I did this, I removed the battery and I cleared the CMOS and stuff. I tried all that stuff. It was just weird. Now there is some things on Google about USB fuses and things like that, and overcurrent circuits and stuff, and I'm like, well, that's way too much trouble for a motherboard that my son had that he had thrown in his closet, and I was scrounging for parts. So I was kind of, but it does have an i7 something CPU on it, and I was kind of hoping to be able to use that board and stuff. But at any rate, that was an interesting story. I have no idea what I'm going to do about it. but the RX 580 does appear to be toast, Tango uniform. So I am going to just, I will putz with it, but and since it's dead, I'm not, I mean, it's useless. I am going to take it apart and see if it's just the fuses. You know, and if it's the fuses, there may be a reason for that, but you know, why they blew, if that's the case. But I have tried it with different power supplies and on a different computer and stuff, and the other computer didn't even see it. So what can I say? Let's get to work here, though. Where are you at, Black White? Oh, I guess ads are running. That's a sad thing. Didn't even know that. Maybe we'll find some Stratum Tectonica right off the bat. That would be a good start to the stream.
Body B2. Landable with atmosphere.
I was real happy though, that CH341 or whatever
Body
it is
B4.
programmer
Landable with atmosphere.
was like $7 or $8. It cost me almost as much in shipping because I don't have Amazon Prime. But it worked flawlessly. I just, in the CMOS, the BIOS chip was plugged in a socket, so I could actually remove it real easily and just plug it into the programmer. And it programmed it with no problem right off the bat. Trying to get rid of you? Who's trying to get rid of you? I'm not trying to get rid of you. I like you. I don't know who you are, but I like you.
Body B3. Landable with atmosphere. Neon rich atmosphere.
I don't know if you could see because of the ads or something, but I did ask you where you were located.
Atmosphere. Neon atmosphere.
Are you in the UK like all the cool people are? I'm in the US. As you can probably tell from my slang and accent. Okay, where you hide? There you are. So where you hiding at?
System scan complete.
I'm in Mississippi. South Mississippi to be more precise.
Frame shift drive charging.
About halfway between Mobile, Alabama and New Orleans, Louisiana.
Thinking of the path ahead.
I'm 14 miles inland from the Gulf of America.
Leaving systems. Frame shift now engaged.
And I believed every
You mean, am I crooked letter, blah blah, humpback? Yeah. I'm originally from Oklahoma though, so. But I have lived here in Mississippi basically since 1980 with only a short break. I joined the Air Force and was assigned at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi in 1980. Spent 20 years in the Air Force, pretty much at Keesler Air Force Base, doing different jobs. And I went to work in Florida for a couple of years and then moved back here, and here I am. Well, thank you. Thank you for your support. I was in the Air Force. I was in the Chair Force. I was not involved in combat or anything like that. I was an electronics instructor and a computer programmer type. And I will never claim that kind of valor. This is going to take all day at this rate, Commander. Oh, where is it hiding at? Oh, yeah.
Every journey leads me to shine.
Maybe it's a moon around a gas giant. Let's try our luck there. Not a green gas giant. I want a green gas giant. That one also was not a green gas giant. Any moons? No moons? That's lackluster. Still didn't answer where you are located, though. At least what country are you in? Do I have friends? I have no friends. I have no life.
Jump into darkness, every leap into vastness.
Well, thank you. I did not speak the truth.
Body 3A.
I have no close
Parent
friends
has high angular diameter
physically
from body.
nearby me. I have a couple of childhood friends that are pretty much my only friends. You know, the kind of friend that you would drop anything and you'd go help them, no questions. That type of friend. Everybody else that I know are just acquaintances.
System scan complete.
Welcome in, Ocker. You guys all know Ocker. He's a mighty farm simulator streamer.
Frame shift drive charging.
Vectors. Amazing. That's quite something.
Hey, Black White, are you going to be a problem?
Analyzing.
No problem to you, but are you going to be a problem to me?
Fuel sweeping complete. System scan complete.
I'd appreciate it if you weren't going to be a problem. Ocker, are you going to be a problem to me? You guys can, if you're going to start something, you can take it outside. Asshole. Can't take Ocker anywhere.
Frame shift drive charging.
I already had the cats working my nerves earlier had to chase him off the counter about 8 times when I was trying to cook. And one of my cats knocked my coffee cup off the counter that was full of
Adjusting for
coffee.
jump.
I don't mind
Nice.
mopping up the mess, but I mind the loss of the coffee. Do you play the game? I ate black, white, and you still haven't answered me where you're located. If you don't want to say, just
Gathering
say,
information.
I don't want to
Photography
say.
updates.
Only 2 bodies. Let's get some. Okay. If you don't want to say, that's fine. Chicken. Not even the country?
Body A1. Landable and terraformable.
That's what VPNs are for if you're
Landable
that
with
paranoid.
High value body. Carbon dioxide rich atmospheric landable. Meets mapping criteria.
But you could be in the UK and I'd understand your reticence about even saying anything. VPNs are not. No, they're not. I use a VPN, but only when I'm watching porn.
Socrates and my heart seeks home. In my curious can we fly?
Or if I want to try to instance with somebody overseas in the game.
Body B6A.
Every star
Landable with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric landable with life. May host a new personal codex entry. Body B6.
I hadn't fight in any war.
Landable with atmosphere. Neon
I seem to remember
atmospheric
saying
landable
that
with life.
I was not a
May
combat
host a new
person. I
personal
was
codex
a
entry. Body
electronics
B4.
instructor and a computer
Landable with
programmer.
atmosphere. Nitrogen atmospheric landable with life.
And that I would make no claims to that type of valor.
Body B1. Landable with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric landable
I did
with
load
life.
cargo that went to a
May
Desert
host a new
Storm,
personal
though,
codex entry.
for the security
Body B3.
forces.
Landable
It's
with
about the only
atmosphere.
involvement I had.
Argon atmospheric landable with life.
Taught a
May
bunch
host
of
new
people that went
personal
over there,
codex
though.
Entry. Body B2.
Port personnel.
Landable with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric landable with life. May host a new personal codex entry. Body B7. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable with life.
Green gas giant, where do you hide? Across the void so far.
Oh. The options, this is what happens when you stream it the early morning times.
System discovery complete.
Green gas giant,
First body to
Never
map
know.
is A1.
Oh, let's see. We had Informin here. I think Informin bacteria.
jump into the black. Faith the only
Yeah.
pack. Then the scanners sing their song. I have searched for you so long. There you are in brilliant marine gas giant. My perfect
We've got nothing here except cheap bacteria and fonticula, which I'm going to ignore all of these things except for
Okay, Commander.
now I found you.
whatever you think I said voice attack. I didn't mean to say it to you.
No,
Except for this informant. Let's go see if we can find it
here's the
in B4.
to behold. Gas giant, you are mine forever in this space divine. Queen
Yeah, informant. Got to get something in the cargo hold. That way I can say at least I've got that.
for me.
You know, there are words for people like you, Black White. You're probably a great person, but you're like me. You're an instigator. you like to start things and then just grab a bowl of popcorn and sit back and watch shit happen. That's what I do. I'm pretty good at it.
Breaking free tonight. Through the stars she soars, chasing something more. Pirates on.
All right, let's take wagers on whether or not I'm actually going to do a loop or not. Once or twice, and I don't doubt it.
She knows what life.
Can we do it?
Everyone
Yeah, do we have it? Do we have it? I think we got it. Oh yeah, we got it.
tonight.
We got it.
Never looking back in flight.
Where's the sun? Okay.
Past the danger.
Textbook approach there. Game's not there yet though. I can still have time to go zoom and buy it again. Jesus, come on.
Asteroids inside.
There we go.
Mining in the night.
Well, it is unfortunate, but I am going to enjoy the rest of the game despite you. Or are you saying that you have to leave, but you're telling me to enjoy the game? Either way, thank you.
Racing through the stars tonight.
Were you in here before and you called yourself Missy or something? Who was that? You remember that options when that person was in here? I think you were in here then. I know Anonymous was, but that was a good time.
In uncharted space.
Can't remember the name that person used though.
Surprise. Life
They were in Europe somewhere,
before.
purportedly, with a bottle of vodka early in the morning,
Setting new.
supposedly.
Racing through the stars tonight.
Yeah, it actually made me uncomfortable to some degree.
Racing through the stars tonight.
Right. Let's get this informant. Let us go. Maybe you weren't here, but I'm sure Anonymous was in here then. Can't remember that. It's been about 6 months, 5 months, something like that.
Surface scan by 50%. Out in the
I should have clipped part of it.
light fades.
Mapping complete.
Scan
Next body to map is A1.
Alright, let's go find this.
Through nebulae that no one's ever named. A ship
Now, if you may remember last stream, I went to look for it in forum and it was a pain in the ass.
smoky at his side through every jump, through every world that calls them home.
This looks like it might be a little better.
Horizon, where the universe unfolds, scanning distant fires, burning stories that nobody's told. We
I'll
all
go there.
to venture through the endless cosmic night. Picard is on and smoky, chasing infinity's light. Landing on the surface of forgotten worlds. Dust and stone.
Orbital navigation guidance system online.
I gotta get back to the bubble and then go find all the Distant World 3 carriers, the official ones. Go to them, bookmark them, that way I'll have them already done,
Every jump coordinates on
and be ready to move my Type 11 and my Mandalay onto one of them, I guess.
where the universe unfolds. Scanning distant fires, burning stories that nobody's told.
See, gravity's 0.2, man.
Through the endless cosmic night,
This actually should be fairly easy to spot. Here it'll be greenish tinted. There is any here. Man, this smoothness of this. Oh, I miss my RX 580. Man, it looks like it almost like it's going like that. I wonder if I set my frame rate to 30. I wonder if I change that. I just want to see something real quick to see if that makes it worse or if that makes it better. Because I set it hard limited it to 30. Let me change it to 60 real quick and see if that makes a difference. Not really, but it is what it is. There's some informant right there. I think.
Landing gear deployed.
I know you're right. Okay, I don't know why it's not lighting up on me. You know what it looks like.
Elite Commander, do you remember the weight of that world beneath your feet? Every sunrise felt like surrender, every moment incomplete. But the stars were calling through the silence. Curious cat was waiting there. Now you're breaking through the violence of gravity and fear.
Okay, I thought it was going to make me have to menu log there for a moment. You're hiding there. Oh, I landed right on top of the crap. There it was. Like literally in front of me.
You're flying again. Friendship tribe ignites your heart.
New codex
Well, that bodes
entry.
well.
Bacterium informem. Cobalt. Bacterium informem.
Found this so
confirmed
fast.
present. Base value 8.42 million. Minimum sample
That'll
distance
be 40
500
million.
meters. First partial sample collected.
Colors no one's ever named. Distant stars, your sensors reading.
Perfectly natural rock formation over there. Perfectly normal.
Behind you, every peril that you know made you stronger.
Minimum distance reached.
Now
You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
you're flying again. Through the endless
I love the way that didn't even show up until just then. It just popped into existence. Game is good. I had everything all set pretty well, working pretty well. My RX 580. Now I'm going to have to, kind of find all the tweaks and stuff to try to get it the best it can be with this video card. But it'll be alright. I did bring up Stray in another game. Was it Callisto Probe or something? I can't remember the name of it. It all came up okay. It ran. I didn't bring up Cyberpunk or Star Citizen though. Not that I play those, but I own them. So, and they ran okay with my RX 580.
Second partial sample collected.
This TI-50 is not a bad car. It's just not as good. One left. There's some more flatlands. Oh, I'm sure it will run. It just might not run well. Star Citizen seemed to run okay on my RX 580. I can't really say much about Cyberpunk because I played like 3 minutes of Cyberpunk. I literally bought that game for my son, and I was going to gift it to him. Oops, and he'd already bought it, so I was stuck with it.
taking steps no one has made. not afraid, not afraid.
It's going to be this way. There must be a pebble underneath me somewhere.
Higher, higher, we must climb. Breaking through the walls of time. Each
What, Star Citizen or Cyberpunk? Well, neither one of them are my cup of tea, but I'm not going to badmouth them too much because, you know, I've got all kinds of games. Man, this just sucks. I've got all kinds of games that I own because they were free, basically, and the only, of all those games I'm talking about, I've only paid for, Elite.
Sample collection complete.
Well, my first copy of Elite was free, but Odyssey wasn't. And I bought Cyberpunk and Star Citizen was free. It was gifted to me by another streamer. But Cyberpunk, I thought it was different, but I've watched other people stream it and stuff, and it looks okay. I mean, parts of it actually look okay to play and stuff. You just have to get there. I never made it that far. Like I said, I just played it for a few minutes to make sure it would run and stuff. Like I have Star Wars Battlefront 2 or something. Never played it. I ran it to make sure it ran and stuff, and installed it. Basically, because I really am not used to with controller games. But then I had to play Stray and I had to use the controller for that. So I've got a Logitech controller, so I got no real excuse now why I shouldn't be able to play a lot of those games. Yeah, okay. Why? My hard points. Oh. Jesus. Okay, let's go to the next system. So we got 40 million now, so we're good. I gotta check to see if my squadron commander has bought the fleet carrier yet. I think he said he was gonna do it today, yesterday, whatever. Let me see. It'll be easy to tell. I can tell how much money is in the bank. I think he has. Because the, yeah. There was about 27, almost 28 billion in the squadron fund there, so.
They say you found what we fear to seek.
Okay, good. So does it have any information? Oh, there it is. Look at it. It's got a carrier location. Wonder what he ended up calling. He said he was trying to come up with a name for it. Guess we have a squadron carrier now. Cool.
Your transmissions paint the darkness with tales
That's starting in 1 minute.
Trying to see what he ended up naming it.
Pioneer spirit, breaking barriers, making history in between.
No idea. Okay, well, at any rate, it's there, so that's cool to know. Oh, will it? I don't even.
Stars mapped and planets scanned. First footprints in the alien sand. Moving fast through hyperspace. Setting records none can trace. Databanks filled with your finds.
I
Inspiring.
don't know where it would be.
They speak of the instations through the galaxy. Your ship's signature in the dark, like a celestial landmark. Breaking through what holds us back, leaving stardust in your track. I watch your signal, growing stronger as you venture
Yeah, but which one?
ever onward. Ever onward we go. Every star knows your name, Commander. Every
That's okay though. I could look it up and see it, but that's just another thing to bookmark when I get back to the bubble.
Every star knows your name, Commander. They all know.
That's good to know that he actually went ahead and got the carrier. Now I can stop throwing so much money there. I can throw some money into my own account. Build it back up because I'm broke almost. I'm down to like probably 3 billion total between me and the carrier. It's easy to fix though.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Do you remember when we first looked?
You've only played Elite in the last 4 years, so that's me too. I mean, that's pretty much all I play is Elite.
I took your hand, said
I used to play a lot more off stream, but now I play less off stream, and I tend to play pretty much only when I'm streaming, because I've been streaming not in the last few days, but streaming a lot more than I had in the past. So,
Body 7. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable. Body 6. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable with light. May host a new personal codex entry.
these are all
Body 1.
mostly cheap
Landable with
bacterias.
atmosphere. Neon rich atmospheric landable. Body 3. Landable with atmosphere. Neon
shall
atmospheric
press
landable
on.
with life. May host a new personal codex entry.
Well, I don't know how many
Body 5.
people are in your
Landable with
squadron.
atmosphere.
I didn't know you had your
Neon
own squadron.
atmospheric landable with life. Body 4.
But you think about it,
Landable with atmosphere.
Cowan, there are more people in our
Neon
squadron, but
atmospheric
Cow and I
landable.
are about the only active people. So, I guess I need to get back and maybe help him load it with tritium for the Distant Worlds 3 stuff.
Source adjustment. I hope you know what you're doing.
Either that or he'll put in a buy order for some or something. I have to see. I'll have to talk to him and see what he wants to do. Don't have enough cash to buy all the tritium for that carrier though. Normally I would, but
Acknowledged.
not at present. I would like to have a personal squadron carrier simply because of the range. I would like to, I mean I could do it anyway, but I would like to be able to just take a carrier that had, you know, a huge amount of tritium available and without having to go mining. Just head off in the black in the far side of the galaxy as far anywhere I wanted to go pretty much, and not have to worry about, you know, getting there or getting back. But since I've discovered
Body
I can
6.
mine relatively
Landable with
fast,
atmosphere.
it's not a big deal.
Neon atmospheric landable with life. Body 2.
I mean, it doesn't take that long to
Landable with
mine, you
atmosphere.
know, 5, 6, 7
Neon
kilotons of
atmospheric
tritium.
Body 4. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable. Body 7. Landable with atmosphere. Neon Neon-rich atmospheric landable.
Well, yeah, that is kind of lacking. Surprised you're not a trillionaire by now.
Body 3. Landable with
Nothing here
atmosphere.
but bacteria.
Neon atmospheric landable with life. May host a new personal codex entry.
I wouldn't mind having a few more billion now. I can get that done. Only 12, you slacker.
Leaving system. Amazing. That's quite something.
I know when my first deposit toward the squadron carrier was like 16 billion. Then I went out and made some more doing exobiology. But it wasn't really hurrying to do
Compiling
it.
data for photography.
But we got it done, so. We got 3 bodies here, 2 stars at least. Is it a high metal content or a gas giant? What's it going to be? And it's a gas giant. Now the question is it a green gas giant? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Think about it, you know. It's especially when you have a big squadron and you've got lots of people. You know, you get a lot of people doing colonization, load up that carrier or something relatively quickly. Hop it over, man, you can get stuff done real fast. With all that much storage space.
Against all odds and warnings, following this force.
I guess I should go put a couple of ships on the fleet, the squadron carrier, and just leave them.
Leaving system.
Maybe after I'm done with the stream tonight, I'll go ahead. I didn't think about that, so I might just go ahead and head back after I'm done streaming tonight, so I can do some of that stuff.
As you like.
I was sick of hauling the first time I started hauling for colonization. That gets old fast. Amazingly enough, I enjoy hauling for other people way more than I do hauling just, you know, for my own purposes.
Never turn back.
Frame shift drive charging.
Some call it madness to venture so far, but they've never felt the calling, never chased a distant star.
Vectors. Faster than light velocity reached.
I forgot to take the dog out before I started streaming. I did take her out already, but usually I try to take her out just before I stream, so
Completing system scan for photography.
that you don't have to go. Where's the damn exclusion zone? There it is. 21 bodies. Oh, we have some lines too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things on radar. I guess those could be auto scanned. Let's see. 3 stars. Let's see what we're dealing with. Okay, well, no one's been here, so. Okay. Well, since I changed my frame rate, my mouse is slower. I might want to change that back. You let her just turn VC on. I'd see if that was an Earth-like hiding there.
Body B3. High value body.
Apparently not.
Meets mapping criteria. Body B2A. Close orbit. Parent has high angular diameter from body.
It's a rocky ice world.
Body A6. Landable with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric landable with life. System discovery
Nothing
complete.
at all here.
First body to map is B3.
Let me change my frame rate back down to see if it improves my mouse scroll speed.
Warning signs flash red and bright, but I push through into the night.
We are on V-Sync's on, so it shouldn't matter.
No scares alive. Every pulse racing to survive. Space debris and pirate praise, but they'll never clip my spacebound ways. Born to break past every line. All these
It was kind of nice though. I finally had got it tuned so I could go faster than 60 hertz frame rates. And
Jumping to next
then the
system.
card died. This TI-50 goes above 60 once in a while when I was doing stuff, but not as much as the RX 580.
Scanning for information.
Nothing here. I almost streamed on YouTube instead of Twitch tonight, but
Jumping to next system.
if I'm awake, I might, in a few hours, I might stream on YouTube. I'm thinking of multi-streaming. I'm nervous about having a combined chat. I see other streamers doing it though, but I don't know.
Playing this high stakes game.
Twitch, on any given Sunday, Twitch get a hair up their ass about it.
But freedom's what
YouTube could care less.
silent drift. Power low.
Air kick or rumble.
Time to go.
Is it green? Is it a green gas giant? Definitely not. The mouse is definitely more responsive. The scroll wheel is a lot more responsive since I lowered the frame rate though. That's interesting. And it's a PS2 mouse. That's even more interesting. It's not even a USB. I switched to a PS2 mouse with the scroll bar or scroll wheel to try to eliminate some of those issues, and it did. It did eliminate the issue, but it still seems to be some kind of interaction though between my frame rate and scroll wheel mouse responsiveness. Don't think that's a video card issue. I just don't know. I doubt that. I don't know how big it is. A fairly
Jumping to
hefty,
next system.
power spine. And I'm sure this TI-50 takes less power than that RX 580 did. In fact, the TI-50 doesn't even plug into the auxiliary, have the auxiliary power like the RX-580 did.
As you
I don't know.
Fuel switching complete. Systems complete.
And that's the reason the TI-50 lived in my other Linux box, because that power supply that it has in there didn't have a auxiliary power thing. It didn't need it. My other NVIDIA card, the NV750 or whatever, does require it though, so. But it's not as powerful by any means as TI-50. What was the honk here? I didn't notice. It's like 2 stars. Okay.
Frame shift drive charging.
Yeah. What kind of card do you have? You probably have told me before,
adjusting for jumps.
but I forget. I might post on Discord, ask if anybody's got a 7990. Oh yeah, jeez, yeah. Let me see if somebody stateside has a
Boom.
extra video card, that they want to sell relatively cheap. Persons like me that buy a good card and they have it left over, like my son especially. He buys a better card and he just chucks the other one. I had thought, that's another thing. On that other motherboard, it wouldn't post. It just kind of had a light gray screen instead of posting. And I did hook a speaker to it and it wasn't beeping or anything. So I thought, okay, the BIOS must be corrupt. So I updated the BIOS and everything started kind of working. But I put the original. I went out and found what version of BIOS he had, because I looked at the actual. I had downloaded the corrupted, what I thought was a corrupted copy of it, off of the motherboard. I saved it, but I looked at the contents of the file, and I found embedded in it the version number of the BIOS. And I went and found that BIOS on the ASUS site, and downloaded it and tried installing it back on there, and it does the exact same thing. It doesn't post and it has kind of a gray screen. And I'm wondering if that's, my son might have put the wrong version of BIOS on there and then just basically just threw the motherboard away. But and he might have done that. I have to talk to him. He might have done that to solve the USB overcurrent issue. So, and he might have looked around trying to find the BIOS version for the card and found it, and that BIOS version may not actually be for that motherboard. It's kind of odd because it's a P8H67 something -M Pro /CM6850 or something. And the version of BIOS he had on there was for a CM6850. And, but the version I put on there that works is for the P8H67-M Pro. So I don't know what he did, but I thought it might never have been a corrupt BIOS version. He just might have tried to flash it with the incorrect version and was stuck because it wouldn't post or anything, and he had no way to flash it again without a programmer, because it doesn't have a recovery thing, and he couldn't get into the BIOS or anything to reprogram it. So, at any rate, welcome in, Anonymous. Good to see you. That was just an interesting side note there. I'm just curious. I could certainly see that happening. Him flashing it and breaking the motherboard and being stuck because he didn't know that he could pull the BIOS chip off there and put it in a separate, external programmer and program it and reflash it. I just think I'm lucky that it was in a socket, so I didn't have to try, doing it while it was on the board, or certainly wasn't going to try to unsolder it from the board and expect it to survive.
I've seen the edge of everything we know.
I don't have the tools to do those little components and
Move slow,
SMD
cuts through the cosmic
wave, hot air, blah blah, desoldering crap that they do. I watch YouTube videos of people repairing motherboards and stuff, and I'm like, dang, and they make it look so easy too.
beyond the charts.
I guarantee you it takes some skill.
You asked me once what drives this restless heart.
Nothing here. That's very disappointing. I haven't found anything except the foreman.
Drive, Georgia.
Across the
07 Anonymized, how are you today?
every breath I take in, the endless fall, the universe.
But somebody somewhere must have something like an RX 580 or something that they've upgraded, to a different video card, and now they've got an RX 580 laying around that they might want to part with for a reasonable price. And I'm not tied to an RX 580, but I just can't. I mean, I can't even afford to buy a new
Completing
580
system scan. Stand by.
now.
Hermano,
So I'd have to try to find a used one.
danzan en mi vista. Mundos extraños donde la esperanza.
And I'd prefer to get it from a person that plays games as opposed to just finding one on eBay that might turn out to be something used for mining with some type of weird mining BIOS flashed on it or some Polaris crap or something, It'd still be stuck. Finish trimming. You mean streaming? Satisfactory with friends? Is that what you're trying to say there? Or is that some other type of weird word I don't know about? I didn't know you streamed. How do I not know that? Or you might have told me. I might have known that. I'm just old and forgot. Oh, okay. You just finished streaming Satisfactory with friends. What do you mean? Or you're playing against friends or with friends in the game. Is that what you're trying to mean? Not a video stream, but you were multiplayer.
Body 4. Landable with atmosphere. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable.
I like sulfur dioxide. Give me something better though. Okay, we see now you're just...
Body 3. Landable and terraformable.
Okay, we have possible stratum
Landable with
tectonicus. We gotta go
atmosphere.
check it out before
High value
3.
body.
Now you're just dropping
Sulfur
names. I have no
dioxide
idea
atmospheric landable
who
with
that
light.
is. Amaranth is.
Meets mapping criteria. System discovery complete. First body to map is 3.
With stories you won't believe.
But I hope you had a good time, nevertheless. I've never played that game. Well, I've never played a computer version of Satisfactory. If I played a card or board game or something of Satisfactory or whatever it may be, it would have had to been a long time ago. Not the only board game I've played in recent history, was like 20 years ago or 25 years ago. It's probably Chutes and Ladders or some crap with the kids. Well, I might have played Monopoly. All right, fingers crossed. Let's hope this is stratum tectonica here instead of bacteria. That would be a nice thing. Odds are, though, it would be the bacteria. Oh. You say so. Definitely haven't played any type of board game like that. But now I'm gonna have to ask you, Anonymous, what is, in that context, what does FPS mean? Forgive me.
Mapping complete.
All right, it's
No more bodies to
bacteria.
map.
Badness. Oh, okay. It's a first-person shooter factory automation simulator. Okay. You say so. Okay, that's how. Oh, I hate it when it automatically replots my course when I have a course plotted and leave the game and come back and and it replots it when you access the galaxy map, because I don't have that type of star on my damn filter. So why does it do that? Oh, now I've lost the damn destination. Oh, it does not matter. Just pick a star. It doesn't matter where I'm going. It does matter what type of stars, though. Hey, Bristol boy, welcome in. Bacteria contagious. Okay, man, you guys are just killing me. You guys are killing me. I don't know any of these things.
Adjusting for jump. Interstellar travel mode engaging now.
Window needs focus, Commander. Thanks.
Completing system scan for cartography.
Frequencies fading too far.
Ooh, we have 7 bodies here.
The parse
2 stars. So 5 chances to be disappointed.
beyond the boundaries we've bent.
Let's get that out of the way quickly.
Mapping mathematical stars. Precision points to chart and parse. Binary beauty burns bright through endless evening flight. Each ping a piece of infinity, breaking barriers, boundlessly free. Coordinates
That was easy.
constantly through cosmic
What have you been up to, Bristol boy?
Commander Baker.
You seem to be doing a lot of late night streaming and stuff.
Ad starting in 1 minute.
Oh boy. Another penny from ad revenue. Oh, I've got 5 viewers. Could be 2 pennies.
Compiling data for cartography.
Mysteries of stellar maze, pioneering paths when no pilot stays. Frequencies flowing through infinite phase, breaking boundaries in these cosmic rays. Silent signs sending
A little distance between me and this star.
carved in chrome. Light years lonely, learning long, where wanderers
Let's see.
each ping a piece of infinity, breaking barriers,
Not green.
coordinates calling constantly through cosmic curves of destiny. Whoa, reaching high,
Body 2EA. Nested moon.
Signals sent through starlit sea. Pulses pain infinity.
Anybody watching Tony Curtis last night?
Body 1A.
When he
Parent has high angular diameter from body.
he organically found Starcat in an open. I think twice. He was a very good sport about it.
System scan complete.
Nothing.
Frameshift drive charging.
Small heart beating on the console while a million stars ignite.
Leaving system.
Electric in the dashboard light. Commander's hand upon your spine.
Should have got more candy today.
You watch the nebulae drift by.
Got the important stuff though. I got hamburger meat, which I made meatloaf with, and cat food.
Gathering information. Cartography update.
Your cover against the endless black. Tiny sentinel
21 body.
danger flies. One small soul beneath infinite skies. Through the silence, through the fear, you remain, you're always here. Before your eyes, watching over paradise.
I only have one bag of popcorn left. I had some earlier tonight though.
Scanners hum.
I'm down to literally one M&M.
In the quiet hours before the sun, your presence holds.
You know what M&Ms are? You're in the UK, right? I assume you know what an M&M is.
You press close against the scenes between your human and the void attack.
Kind of a
Smoky guardian.
little piece of chocolate
Body
encapsulated.
6CA. Nested moon.
Oh, it's just regular chocolate. I don't have the peanut ones.
Body 6C.
Whoa!
Landable with atmosphere. Carbon dioxide
My personal
atmospheric
favorite is
landable
the
with life.
Crispies. I haven't seen those in a while though.
Solace through the fear. You remain, you're always here.
And I used to go through a
Body
pound
16.
bag
Landable with atmosphere.
of M&Ms a
Carbon
day.
dioxide atmospheric
youth.
landable with life. Body
Well, I've
16.
always liked the peanut ones.
Landable
I just
with
really have trouble
atmosphere.
eating nuts and stuff now.
Carbon dioxide atmospheric
I
landable
love
with life.
nuts.
When the systems fail, you stand your ground on trembling paws against the universe's laws. The smallest heart.
Well, that's why I'm when I have my dentures, I can eat them, but they're not. It's not the same.
Smoky guardian.
I can eat M&Ms, the regular M&Ms with or without dentures.
The endless black. Tiny sentinel where danger flies.
My dentures don't fit really well either. But they're cheap. Well, they weren't cheap, but they are cheap.
Brave companion, loyal eyes.
Not green.
Skies, watching stars go racing by. Together, you and I.
I used to eat a lot of nuts though, a lot.
Signal locked and tracking. We're standing by.
What's left? Not a whole lot.
Moving past the stars.
Now there's a bunch of different types of life possible here. I'll have to look at it and see if there's any I'm going to effort.
But we know you're out there. Breaking new ground where no one's been.
Holy cow! Grind your teeth much? Man. When you have seizures or something, or you just like to grind your teeth in your sleep? Man. What am I doing? Like I was saying, though, there's a lot of different life here. There's 5 bios on this planet. I guess that's one way to look at it. 5 bios. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 types here. So 3 things are going to drop off. Probably be the Aleota and Cactoid, or yeah, probably the Aleota, Cactoid, and Concha, but we'll have to map it to see if the Aleota stays there or what stays. See if I'm going to actually effort that. 6 bios here, same choices again, little better odds. 3 bios, nothing of high value there. We'll go check out 6C and 6D. See what's there.
Mission Control, you won't believe what I'm seeing right now. New forms of life, colors beyond
6C.
First contact achieved.
Yeah, that would suck. When I started having problems, well, I've had problems with my teeth my whole life because I never took care of them, especially when I was young. And I joined the Air Force. They did a lot of dental work and stuff, everything, but you know, most of the damage had already been done. And of course, when I got older, things, especially after I got out of the Air Force, things started getting, you know, worse and worse. And I finally just decided to have them all, the remaining ones, taken out because everything was beginning to hurt all the time. Not exactly sure I made the right decision though, because at least I could, at the time before I had all of them pulled out, I could still eat nuts and stuff. I sure do miss a lot of things. My wife also has dentures, but she's mastered them. She can eat pretty much anything with them. But I, on the other hand, I have all kinds of trouble eating with dentures.
Another signal comes through tonight from somewhere past what we know. Your voice breaks clear and bright.
Where's the sun? Behind me.
Each message that you send our way lights up another chart. We track your path day after.
Well, years ago, I guess I could have, back when I was making money and had a job and all that other stuff, I could have had dental insurance. I still have dental insurance even though I don't have any teeth, but I probably should have looked into implants or something, but I don't know. My teeth were so bad. My wisdom teeth, when I was a kid, had to be pulled as soon as they came in because they already had cavities, and they hadn't broke through the surface of the skin. The dentist said, and one of them had a cavity or something. And there's nothing here of any value. Everything good dropped off. The concha dropped off. So let's go to 6D now and see what's there. Yeah, that's true. But I'm getting to the age that I'm only going to last so long, so that's true. They have made some progress recently on those, but I didn't realize how long it took to get implants, you know, I mean, for everything to heal and diffuse before you can actually have, you know, the real implants and stuff. Best advice I can say is keep your teeth the best you can. You'll really miss them if you have to let them go. It might hurt more than a month or two. I know when I first got my dentures, wearing them, you're supposed to wear them a lot, you know, at first. That hurt. My poor wife, man, she took them seriously. I didn't follow their instructions nearly like she did when she got hers. She wore hers like from day one, you know, so her gums would form, heal in the right shape and things like that, I guess. Man, she went through some pain. She got her dentures before me. She has a disease called Sjogren's. It has a lot of things, causes a lot of things. One is, you know, she doesn't make spit really anymore, not tears and things much, and that really degraded her teeth. And she took care of her teeth, but you know, she had problems with them because of their disease. Me, on the other hand, mine was just poor, you know, poor management of my teeth and hygiene, of oral hygiene, growing up and stuff. And
You're chasing stars now, smoky, and I'm right here, still in flight.
I'm glad I live out in the country because, you know, you go to a store or something out in the country, well, maybe even in the city, I don't know, and you see somebody that doesn't have their dentures in or something, you know, I can certainly understand that. Let's see. There is nothing here either. That stratum is cheap. Tussock, other than being non-existent, is 3.47 million. Angoidia, equally non-existent. I'm sure there's a patch of it somewhere. It's 3.3. Angoidia is 3.6. But as an exercise in futility, let's go see if we can find this Fangoidia. I'm sure the tussock is going to be the same place. Looks like somewhere over there. Now to see if this is the same thing, where's the tussock at? Looks like exactly the same spot as the Fangoidia, so maybe we can get both of them in the same area. Small areas though, because I would rather line this thing up so I get a compass bearing. So
Orbital navigation system online.
There's an empty seat beside
okay, roughly 286 or so. It's not a very wide patch, so that way, if that's the direction I'll try to, as I cross that area, I'll try to stay on that bearing generally.
Intelligent thrusters engaged.
I've screwed up. I screwed up. I don't think I have legs for this. I I do. Well, I said screwed up. I thought this is a greener area over here, but I might be wrong. We're gonna try to make it there. 67. Didn't make it, but I got my eyes on where I want to go. Over that dark spot over there. It's over this ridge. It's supposed to be gelata fungoidea, and it's supposed to be mulberry or red. Maybe it stand out. I should have just stuck with the original plan, but I didn't. Okay, let's see. Here. Nice little ravine. Get down lower. Nice video steppers there, Dan. Hiding down here. Good. Maybe no. Good.
Etched in space. One more world.
Something over there. Where that is, it's easy to spot. Okay, that's the fungoidea over there. I think where's that? That may be cactoidea over there. Okay. That's also worth something. That's tussock there, which is fine. Never see that again when I'm looking for it. Cactoidea. Sorry, here, so go slow. That's cactoidea. Oh, for Pete's sake. Get out of the way. There's one little tussock out by itself. Came here for the fungoidea. I'm finding everything except fungoidea. Then again, I'm not finding a lot of okay, how far we gotta go? We only gotta go 200 meters. And then cactoidea. Let's get the tussock. We'll just park our ass here and just grab some tussock, and then we'll grab the cactoidea because that seems to be around here enough. I'm just gonna try to park. Wow, is this a cliff I'm on? Maybe not. Where was the other?
Star date unknown log.
Maybe a job for the SRB. Let's go down over here and see.
The cat purrs through vacuum thin. Another jump, another system. Another jump by handshake. but I won't listen. I write these words, before the silence takes me.
We have to go 300 meters toward the let's take the SRV.
Find me out here where the change.
No, I'm not a big fan of the SRV.
With my metal friend, the cat keeps going on. The cat keeps going until we're gone. Today we touch down on a world, blue sand beneath.
Go over there and get that first and work our way. No, we're not. There's some more over there and there, so
Flags I scan the rock.
go down here and grab one.
We're counting down the oxygen.
Disembark.
Affirmative.
I write these words before the silence takes me. I write these words in case someone finds me.
Helps to press the right key.
Cactoida Coleolanta confirmed present. Base value 3.67 million, minimum sample distance 300 meters. First partial sample collected.
Oops. I'm going back to the ship. I have an SRV. I'm not used to using the SRV.
My name. The void doesn't care.
Board the ship.
Skill issue.
Stop it.
Keep trying, the cat and I will not die.
You're not wrong. What's that? Huh. Oh, it's nickel. Deploy cargo scoop. Deploy scoop.
As you like.
Did I not get it? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I'm full. Never mind. Retract cargo scoop. Retract scoop.
Retracted.
I don't need any nickel. That's why I couldn't scoop it.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 300 meters from the previous sample.
Hi, Rock.
Second partial sample collected.
That was fun. I saw some more over this way. It's a tussock.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 300 meters from previous sample.
Rock looks familiar.
Sample collection complete.
There's tussock there. Okay. Well, I guess we'll spend some time looking for some tussock here.
My curious cat cuts through the black. Each pulse of vengeance, hearts deployed, turning from this chosen track. While warnings fade behind my wake, I chase horizons yet unseen. They say the darkness holds too much, but I know light beyond their touch. I'll sail beyond the veil tonight, where comets dance and worlds collide. My legacy burns satellite bright. You'll follow where I chose.
Odd, came here looking for Fungoidia. Haven't seen any Fungoidia yet. But I'm probably gonna have to look down inside the hillside for that. Wish I could see another group of it, because meters matter in small distances.
The scanner hums with sacred sound.
Tussock capitis confirmed present. Base value 3.47 million. Minimum sample distance 200 meters. First partial sample collected.
Over here a second. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It depends on the type of Fungoidia, but I swear I saw something over this hill. Okay, I did. Yeah, it is.
You ask me why I leave home port, why risk it all for empty skies.
Minimum distance reached. Ads starting in 1 minute. Traveled over 200 meters from previous sample.
What if the void calls out?
Yeah, I know it's there. SRV. I'm just gonna. I spotted this here, so I'm just.
Second partial sample collected.
Beyond the veil, beyond their sight, I chart the course for those behind. Beyond the veil, I leave the light for you to find, for you to find.
Is that someone here? No. Okay. Whee! It may not be down in the crevices though. Well, I'll have to see. I'm gonna drive around a minute though and see if I can find some more tussock here before I.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 200 meters from previous
And why
sample.
didn't this light up while they're going? Make sure it's actually far enough. I don't know why it didn't light up.
Sample collection complete.
Now we're gonna drive over by the canyon edge and look around a second before we fly. Finding that tussock everywhere now.
Mission log 2184. Just another day out here. Stars keep moving past my door. Bass, can you still hear? The radio's so quiet now. Static fills my head somehow. Recording thoughts alive through the vast eternities. Missing what I left behind.
Freaking no. Okay, we're gonna fly.
Falling free.
We go fly around, look for it.
Found a new star yesterday. Mapped the coordinates clean. But these walls feel closer now than they've ever been. The messages from Earth so down, and messages from Earth slow down. Each day they're harder to find. Recording thoughts at light speed through the vast eternities. Missing what I left behind. Floating free.
I'll fly around and find it, but won't be able to land anywhere. I haven't got two more than I hadn't planned on getting these. I was actually going for the Concordia. The Concordia is not worth any more than the other two, the items that I found. It's all good. Let's look over here real quick.
Changed in me. All this space between the stars shows what I can't see. Recording thoughts of light speed through the vast eternities, missing what I left behind. Floating free.
Oh, what the hell? Did you see that? There was something there, and then there wasn't.
Commander Picard, the sun, sign.
Alright, that's Fungoidia, or not Fungoidia, it's Cactoidia down there. Not seeing any joy there. We could fly around some canyons. I like to do that. I would rather be honking and scooping it and looking for stratum tectonica than this. That's a good bearing. Let's go over this way. I'd be surprised to find it on one of these plateaus. I'm going to go real slow because it's taking forever for things to properly render.
Picard is in, I see you there, beyond the stellar veil. Your engines pulse like heartbeats through the cosmic tail.
This is not the kind of terrain I would expect to find it in.
Hyperspace ignites a fire in me. The way you chase
It's not rough enough.
soul will ever see. Through asteroid fields dancing through the silence of the deep. You carry
This is what's given to us, though.
where the ancient secrets sleep. The scanner's gentle humming as you map another world. starlight. Watch your legend be unfurled. Every system that you enter, every planet that you find, leaves a beacon for the dreamers who will follow close behind. So chart the void, my fearless friend. Let courage be your guiding star. The
I
galaxy
think I'm gonna go up and come back down. Different spot. Go over here a little bit.
universe awaits your call. And every stand and every fight, lighting hope across it all.
Yeah. I just go up to orbit, come back down to a different spot.
I want you to land on barren moons where no one's walked before. 4, 3, 2, the dust kicks up like stardust at your ship's metallic roar. You stand beneath twin suns that cast their alien light.
So we have 77 million total so far, including the informant.
The nebulae embrace you in the colors pink and blue. While I sit here on Earth,
Such a time waste.
be like you. Your ship's computer cataloging each marvel that you see. Commander of explorers, you're the hero I would be. Every system that you enter, every planet that you find, leaves a beacon for the dreamers who will follow close behind. So chart the void, my fearless friend. Let be your guiding star. The galaxy's your canvas now. Paint trails of light both near and far. Chart the void,
Very similar looking terrain.
universe awaits your call. Every scan, every
That is what I've got targeted, right?
when the fuel runs low, when danger calls, when the black holes threaten to consume, you push forward through it all, turning fear into our moon, rising through the dark, making path. You were young once, afraid of the dark. Now you sail through the infinite arc. Smoky beside you, pause on the helm. Commander of worlds, master of realm. Stars call your name through the making night every
Don't know. Looks pretty much like the last place.
you've become from what you once feared. The legend, the younger you never quite heard. From that small room to the captain's chair. From trembling hands to the void you dare. Rise beyond the atmosphere.
Factoria.
The paths that disappear. Every nebula you've crossed, every fear that you have tossed into space where heroes soar. You're the one they're searching for. Remember when heights would make you freeze? Now you dance through
That's it.
asteroid seas. That curious cat knows where you've been. Through alien
More
storms, through
captain.
solar wind. Each landing zone tells the same tale of courage found when others fail. The
There it is.
becomes the
It's red.
guides them all. There's nothing to hide from that
Excuse me.
to the captain.
There's some there, there's some over there.
Trembling hands to the
A little bit more over there, but that's not far enough. We gotta set some more over there.
the atmosphere.
Okay. If it'll allow us to plant our feet down here somewhere. So you get two samples here maybe.
If you could see yourself today, would you believe the price you'd pay? The loneliness of distant suns, the weight of all the things you've done. But smoky purrs against your chest and reminds you why you left that small world for
Might take the SRV again. Let's see. That's a lot. I saw that green spot there, and that's actually a light on the ship. I was like, oh, there's some more over there. But okay. It is what it is. Let's. Meters are going to matter in this. So I'm gonna way over here.
New codex entry. Fungoida gelata, red. Fungoida gelata confirmed present. Base value 3.33 million. Minimum sample distance 300
That's
meters.
probably far enough. And that over there
First
might even be
partial
far
sample
enough too.
collected.
I'm thinking I can land the ship over there. And that is, in case I can't see it from the ship, 190 degrees or so. Or that's some more over there.
Hyperspace awaits, the jump drive hum beneath, trade routes or war zones, or silence in the deep. You write the rules, you take the risk. This is everything you didn't know you missed. 3, 2, 1. This is the moment you break free. The galaxy will bend its knees. Every system, every star. You decide how far to the black.
Well, let's get what we know first.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 300 meters from previous sample.
No, it's right here. Render, render, render. Can't land here. right here.
Fly dangerous.
It's a bunch of it, right? Huh. I'm not seeing. It's very odd. What's that? Let's test it.
Landing gear retracted.
All right. Anytime game.
Second partial sample collected.
I watch him launch into the black. Commander Bacardus and won't look back. Curious cat cuts through the void. Another system to explore. Stars like diamonds in the night. He's chasing wonder, chasing light. Every jump could be his last, but he's built to go so fast.
Well, we'll fly around so we can find one more patch of it.
Void Commander, riding maps across the sky. Every planet tells a story of a soul who dares to fly. Through the endless, through the dark, he's the fire, he's the spark. Void Commander. Seen him scan 1,000 suns, land where no one's ever come. Alien soil beneath his feet. Discovery
Minimum
makes
distance
him
reached. You've traveled over 300 meters from previous sample.
The dawn, the galaxy's his home. Every jump could be his last, but he's built to go so fast. Through the day,
Let's try to render.
he's a void commander, writing maps across the sky. Every planet tells a story of a soul who dares to fly. Through the endless, through the dark, he's the fire, he's the spark. Void commander, when the heat runs low and the fuel runs thin, he finds a way to carry on within. Keep calling him home, keep calling him home, to places as unknown. He's a commander, writing maps across the sky. Every planet tells a story of a soul who dares to fly. Through the endless, through the dark, he's a legend, he's the
I hate looking for fungoidia.
void commander.
I know I lowered my settings, but this is ridiculous.
Still riding the stars.
Not the fact that it's difficult to find, it's just taking so long for some things to render in.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Here we go. We wiggled in.
Sample collection complete.
Okay, let's go. I'm not even going to worry about the other planet. Let's press on.
Landing gear retracted.
Try not to hit the ground. Wow, it doesn't even fly the same. It just feels different. This doesn't feel the same.
Frame shift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Frame shift drive charging.
Adjusting for jumps.
I wonder how many other aspects of the game are affected by your frame rate. I know certain, like, some type of multi-cannon reload and all this other stuff, obscure things. It seems like my ship flies
Data
different.
incoming.
Fuel sweeping. Fuel sweeping.
22 bodies. No Earth lights. I haven't found an Earth light in a while. I haven't really found much of anything in a while. I mean, anything unique or rare. But we're not too far from where I found that Fonticula segmentatus. Just by chance. I found that twice so far in the game. Boy, nothing, man.
System log 315. System scan complete. Running scans through void machines. Frameshift drive. Empty radar, empty screen. Just these stars and just this me. Sending signals far and wide. But no one's there.
Course adjustment.
Hear my song. Another system, another day alone.
And that brings us up to the grand total of 94 million so far. Pretty lame.
Making charts of places I can't
Completing system scan for cartography.
Coffee cold to zero G.
Spent way too much time looking for that Fungoidia and stuff.
Controls on autopilot 3. Data streams flow endlessly
15 bodies, 2 stars.
through the ship's geometry.
Put some distance between me and these stars.
The way Earth looked from my last day. Another system
Water world.
mapping constellations no one else has known. Another empty zone, making charts of places I can't call home. Got a message from command. Keep pushing forward, understand. But they don't know what it's like out here when your only friend's the steering gear. Wait, something new? A signal I've never seen before, could it be?
Pretty slim pickings here also, huh?
Red giant on the scan. Planets spinning, count of 10. Each one perfect, each one plain. Each one waiting to be named. Another system, but not alone today. Found something special hidden far away.
Where's this water world hiding?
Becomes okay
Body
when
A1.
you discover
High value body.
something new to say.
Meets mapping criteria. System discovery complete. First body to map is A1.
Jumping to next system. Faster than light velocity reached. Compiling data for cartography.
What do we got? 21 bodies this time. No Earth likes. There's something here. Pretty not green.
Body A1A. Close ring proximity.
This is another case of nada. Not a damn thing. Always a lot of nothing until it's something.
Jumping to next system. Amazing. That's quite something. Done.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. I remember when I was afraid to leave. Everything I knew.
High metal content. Give me something.
But something pulled me further than before. Past the lines they said I shouldn't explore. Each mile takes me deeper into what I'm meant to be. The fear gets weaker as infinity sets me free. The void becomes home where stars guide my way. I'm never alone in the endless ballet.
That's
System scan.
4 nothings.
Friendship drive recharging. Charts and maps can't show you what I found. In the spaces where there's no familiar sound.
Leaving system.
System tells a different tale. Through the silence I can feel the veil. My ship knows the way now. Through blackness so bright. No need to stay down when darkness brings light. The void becomes
Scanning now.
I'm never alone.
Boy, 23 bodies. 22 stars, so 21 chances to be disappointed.
They said I'd lose myself out here, but I found truth in emptiness.
Are you now? Hey Oz, welcome in.
Now every boundary seems less. The further out I reach today, the more I
You might have been in earlier though.
where we
Didn't say first chat. So
but where we may.
maybe I missed it. You're actually doing exobiology? Where you at?
Now I send this message back to you. From the edge of everything we thought we knew. When you feel that
I don't know how much exobiology I'm getting done. I'm getting a lot of geology done though.
take you where you need to go.
Oh, okay.
The void becomes
That would be pretty good hunting out that way.
my way. I'm never alone in
So you heading down towards Sagittarius? Are you going to go to Sagittarius A? I see you there. Your chat. 07.
where stars guide my way. Where stars guide my way. sitting in the captain's chair. Stars are calling out your name. There's something waiting out there, but you're not feeling quite the same. Smokey's watching from the dash. Crave for catching.
Yeah, that's why I left the bubble, because when I'm in the bubble, I don't know what to do or what to stream. I mean, pirate hunting or mining, but probably doesn't matter to most people what they're watching, but I prefer to do something I enjoy. I enjoy doing exobiology more than mining and stuff, but I do like pirate hunting though. So I just jumped out of the bubble a little ways on my carrier and parked it, and been doing work in this area. You probably already saw me on the map where I'm at. This must be you up there. Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder what it means.
I'm just the other direction.
Smokey's watching from the dash.
I'm gonna go on the Distant Worlds 3 stuff for a little while. I don't know how much of it I'll actually do, but I'll be doing the same thing I do anyway. That's, exobiology. So I'll take my mining ship also, just to mine some tritium for them or something, maybe. Assuming I stay with them long enough for them to actually need tritium. You're learning lots about exobiology. Made any money yet tonight? You got any third-party tools to help you?
Completing system scan. Stand by.
You were scared, but now you're not. I can see it in your eyes. Take the wheel, give all you've got. We're gonna
I use a Lead Observatory and BioInsights plugin. I find it real helpful.
We're gonna make it through. We're gonna make it through. Fly with me through the void when no one goes.
I've been doing it long enough. I already have a rough idea how much I've
Body
made.
3. High value body.
And since I pretty much turn in every night, I don't have to worry about dying, because I work off my carrier most of the time. Not always, but almost always. I just park my carrier somewhere and work the stars around it and go turn in every night. So I don't have to worry about dying and losing a bunch of stuff much. I used to feel like that. Now I'm simply doing this for the credits and with the hopes of finding something like a green gas giant or a planetary nebula or some of the really rare stuff like Fonticula fluctus or something.
Body 2.
There it is.
High value body.
Earth-like planet.
Meets
Guess we
mapping
should stick
criteria.
around.
System discovery complete. First body to map is 2.
Well, we're gonna go map 2 because there is nothing else here. Get our name on this puppy. I don't even normally worry about mapping water worlds anymore because I don't go after the cartographic data normally, but I do map Earth likes. I'll get my name on it first mapped and stuff. On my bucket list is finding a green gas giant in the wild. I've been to a bunch of them, but they were already previously discovered. And one time I came across a green gas giant that I didn't intentionally go to visit, but it had already been discovered. I was very disappointed. Someday I'm just going to be scanning us. Whoops. We're just going to do a nice famous loop of shame here. But one day I'm just going to be calmly scanning systems, and I'm going to scan a gas giant. It's going to be a green gas giant. Yeah, that would be exclamation loop if you're so inclined to increment my loop of shame counter. It's a true loop of shame. And of course we have to get a selfie next to Earthlight because I can post it on X. I want to get a screenshot of that because it's got the name of it in it. So here. Nailed that backside. You see that?
Mapping
Oh,
complete.
this is interesting.
Nailed
Next body
it.
to
Like
map is
planet.
3.
I guess we should stick around.
Let's go get our picture. I usually shoot some video or something, but I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm just going to get a picture and move on.
Far beyond the maps, where signals fade, just a steady pulse, leading
Slide
the
here.
way. Breaking through the dark, every light we chase leaves a trace that time can't erase. Our echoes spread like years, through time, through space.
Good enough.
We find out here, no one can replace.
Let's press on.
Our echoes
That's one for the history books. You have an exploration manding? Well, that's a good ship. That's what I'm in. Have you got a Caspian yet? I have not. Options none, though. He's in chat. He's got one. I can't. I'm not going to spend real money on one. So I just wait till they come out for in-game credits, and I get one. Here it's really good for neutron jumping, but to me, as an exploration ship, it's not that great because my jump range is just as good or better than the Caspian, and I
Gathering
can land
destination. Cartography
lots of
update.
places it can't. Okay, nothing here. 1 star. We're gone. I've only done like four neutron jumps. There's a patch you can get,
Adjusting for jump.
a badge you can earn on EDSM or Inara, one of the two. And I saw that and I said, well, I'm going to get that patch. So I actually went and did a couple of neutron jumps just to qualify for that badge. And that's the only times I've done it.
just breathing, and
Wasn't hard.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
something waits,
Echo.
something changes.
6 bodies. Only take a moment. You'll find neon, methane, and argon with 1 or 2 biosignals is always $1 million, almost virtually always $1 million bacteria or fonticula. 1 million base value. I don't even effort those things.
Body 1A. Landable with atmosphere.
With 1 or 2
Carbon
biosignals. Now, if
dioxide
it's more than that,
atmospheric landable.
it's all different. Or if it's neon rich or argon rich or something. That's when it's different, but by far neon, methane, and argon are pretty common things. With one or two. When you're first starting out doing exobiology, a lot of people go after those low value things. I don't.
Drive charging.
Well, that's the whole point. The amount of time it takes you a lot of times to find the bacteria and sample it and stuff. You could have scanned 3 or 4 other systems and found something of possibly, most likely, higher value.
Amazing. That's quite
And
something.
even with the discovery bonus, unless it's like Informin, if it's Informin bacteria on a nitrogen planet, you want to go get that. That's almost 9 million base value, so that's 40 million with the discovery bonus. That's
Scan
worth
starting.
it.
Stand by.
Why I can't stay. The stars keep pulling me in, like they know.
So if you find bacteria, and since you don't use any third-party tools, if you find bacteria on a nitrogen planet, nitrogen atmosphere, that's going to be Informin. And if you find 2 biosignals, it's going to be Informin. And in Lepidia, Lepidia, which is like 4.5 million or something. It's probably worth it too. It's very pretty though. Didn't even notice the count, sorry. And sulfur dioxide. Listen very carefully. Sulfur dioxide with 1 or 2 biosignals. It's always, virtually always, bacteria or stratum tectonica. If it's not stratum tectonica, it'll be stratum impurus or something, which is still very high paying. So sulfur dioxide with 1 or 2 biosignals is always worth checking.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Fart planet stratum. Yeah. Well, that's not the only ones that stratum tectonica is found on. But I'm just saying, if you find sulfur dioxide with 1 or 2 biosignals, always check it out. And if you don't, oh, someone's been here. I just not noticed that. That's okay. Adeline. What are the odds? I'm always impressed. I was like 55,000 light years out. You know, there are 400 billion stars or something, and I'm out on the other side of the damn galaxy in the middle of nowhere.
Body 4A.
There's Informin
Flammable with
bacteria.
atmosphere. Nitrogen atmosphere flammable with life.
Now, but and I ran across somebody. But notice here, my third-party tool is verbally telling me what kind of atmosphere and stuff. But if you're not using a third-party tool when you scan, then you need to pay attention on the right-hand side there where it says atmosphere type. As you're scanning stuff, if you find a biological signal, look over and glance at what type of atmosphere type it is too. If it's not biologic, if there's no biological signal, then it's not worth it anyway. How many of that things have I got? Okay, so we'll go get that Informin also, because that's like 45 million or so, almost 9 million base. Well, unless there's a first footfall, I'll have to check and see. If there's a first footfall, then someone's probably already got it, and I won't worry about it then. The stratum tectonica is even worth it if there's a first footfall. All right. That was on planet 4A. So let's see if Adeline just mapped stuff or scanned stuff. Or if he went down. Okay, there's no first footfall. So I know I'll get the discovery bonus also. Okay, so let's go to 4A and go to the trouble of finding Mr. Foreman. That's about the only thing I've ever found on a nitrogen atmosphere world is in Foreman and Lepidia ponticula. And if you come across an oxygen world, be sure you pay careful attention to it also, because oxygen worlds have like volu bacteria, which pays okay, but they also have Fonticula fluctus. That's the only thing they're found on. That's the rarest type of Fonticula, and it pays more than Stratum tectonica, just slightly. It pays 20 million base value. It's very rare though. I've never found it in the wild. I've seen it. I was 56,000 light years from the Sol, and I saw a post on X of Fonticula fluctus in the region near where I was at, so I went actually and put eyes on it and scanned it, even though I didn't get the discovery bonus. But I was like, I may never see this again in the game, in the wild, so I wanted to see what it looked like and stuff. Yeah, I don't scan everything. There are times if I'm not, especially if I'm not streaming, I will sometimes not even scan a system. I'll just look at the environment and go, there is going to be nothing worthwhile here. I'm just trying to blow off this gravity well type situation that I've gotten myself into. There. That's what I do. But I'll be doing this, and I'll look on the I'll look in the sky, and I'll see a fuzzy spot, or I'll see something. I go, "What is that?" And I'll stop what I'm doing, and I'll just go, hundreds of light years just to go see what the hell that is. But every once in a while, I will. There are lots of things I had not seen at one time, of course, during the game, and people in chat would talk about the lightning clouds, and Lagrange lightning clouds. I'd never seen them. And somebody in chat, who was it, El Mundo Hades or someone, told me where one was at, not far from the bubble, not that far. That is cool looking as hell. So I went and saw it. It was well worth it. And then sometimes on X, some things will get posted, and with the location, I'll go, "Oh, that looks cool. I want to go see it," and I'll go see it, even though I'm not the first to discover it. I'll go see it just to put eyes on it. Now, for lucky, this informant's going to be fairly easy to spot. There have been times, though, with informant, I'll immediately find one as soon as I drop down. Then I won't be able to find a second or third one. I have to go up to orbit, come back down, then immediately find another one very near to where I dropped down at. And had to do that a couple of times. Oh, Mark, you know better than that. You know damn well what Distant Worlds 3 is. Oh, what? What? Making tracks in the dust. You lead the way through darkest space. You want to know what Distant Worlds 3 is? Go to goes there. It is nice. It's very elite themed, color scheme wise and stuff. I want to approach. How are you doing today, Mark? What, are you playing your main or are you playing your alt? Okay, this will work. 0.2 something G, 0.28 G. You want to keep thrill there, Oz.
Changing flight
Go
mode.
find bacteria on the dark side of a planet. But not near the core, because there is no such thing as a dark side of a planet. And that's always fun. Sometimes you gotta do it. That's a lot of low and slow flying with your headlights on. 0.28 G. Now I'm almost willing to bet there's going to be one nearby here, because that's the way the game works. Tried looking in the dark? Well, if you ever come across Electricaea, be sure you go in the Terminator side or the slightly dark side, or go find it, then go to the dark side and find it, because it glows in the dark. It's very cool. Nope. There's got to be one right here somewhere, though. There it is. There's one right there. That was effortless to find the first one. Let's see how hard it is. So sometimes it's hard to find the second and third ones. Well, I don't. I mean, I when I'm hunting stuff, I do it on the daylight side by preference. Excuse me. But when I'm doing Electricaea, I'll intentionally go look at it and try to get a good picture of it while it's glowing. It's really cool. You know that, though. I miss my RX 580. I really do. I lost my main video card, so I fell back to this TI 50. It's not the same. Definitely not the same, performance-wise. Oh, look how slow that's going, man.
Bacterium Informem confirmed presence. Base value 8.42 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
Yeah, coughing up along here. It's all good. And let's see how hard it's going to be to find the next one. Well, you start to learn certain characteristics about things you're looking for. Like, for example, almost all bacteria like light, smooth, flat areas. Like this bacteria I'm finding here, I'll find it out on these smooth, flat areas. Very rarely you'll find, like in terrain like this, or or something. But usually it's out on the smooth, flat area.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from
Sometimes you
previous
just
sample.
travel a little bit, then you look around.
My dreams so small,
Instead of flying, you just look.
but every step into unknown space proves what we can find. There's no map where I'm going. No one's
But as I said, sometimes it's like I said, it's very easy to find the first one, but sometimes there's one more challenging to find the second. See how all this terrain that's on that smooth area? I don't know if I can even land on that smooth area. That'd be nice. Oh, I was robbed. Sir Rogue, welcome in. It's been a while since I saw you in chat. How you been doing? I think my face came off because I was coughing up a lung a moment ago.
wide awake, staring now. Endless black, needle bright.
I think I landed right on top of it.
I'm not turning back.
Where's it at?
Distant beacons on the scanners blink. Metal heart steady, not sure how
Okay, I know it's here. I landed on it.
past the edge. Silent words in the hum of time. You always said reach farther.
Oh, there it is, right in front of me.
Only those who dare. Through fire, through silence.
I'm sorry about the crappy frame rate because I had to slow things down because I lost my main video card. It went bad in my RX 580, so I fell back to my son's leftover TI
Second
50
partial
Ti,
sample
my
collected.
1050 Ti. It's not as much muscle, not as much horsepower as my other card had, which was no major player either, but it's better than this. Have you streamed lately?
The vow I made. Down on the surface, dust stains my boots. Unwritten
Oh yeah, well, fortunately, most biologicals have a color, some type of color scheme to them, make them stand out a little bit from the terrain. Have you streamed recently though, Sir Rogue? I haven't seen you stream in a long time. Let's go look over here. We need some more flatlands.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
If I falter, if I'm lost in the unknown, I hear words, never alone in the
No, I just asked if you had streamed recently. I hadn't seen you stream in a long time.
still chasing the little fire across the event.
I just stopped and looked around like I spotted one.
Carry your hope inside every heartbeat, every risk I'm alive. Through the wonder.
Well, you should.
Wherever you are, over and over, I will rise, I will rise, I will rise.
Introduction complete.
Oh, thank you. You don't have to do that. Wow. I appreciate it though. Thank you very much. I remember days I used to do that a lot. So Anonymized, Premium, Munitions, Oz, Tom DBG, Commander Iceman. And that brings me up to not a whole lot. 136 million. Better than getting a poke in the eye, I guess. You are a legend.
But they ain't surprised, they're not our pearl. We crave the warmth of a home we seek.
Need more coffee now.
An exciting mystique. With the FSS scan, you can totally see that pointer is sitting
Or leg light.
galaxies for humanity to roam. Somewhere population can't call home. Oh, is it a freaking rocky ice world? When it's blatantly above, no one wants a freaking ice world. Stressed out
Now
and
again, thanks for the subs.
Leaving system.
the bitterness creeps in. Will we ever arrive? Staring at screens with our dreams on the line. Just one little world, a Bob I can call mine.
Analyzing now.
What a world shine with a brilliant hue and Monia dreams.
Nothing
though they
here
come.
really.
Deep in our hearts, we can't help
But
but feel that
one stone.
Inbox.
appeal. With the FSS scan, you can totally see that pointer is sitting exactly where
Thank
it
you
should
for
be.
gifting Oz. Oz gifting Saroga a sub.
Somewhere a new population can't go home. Oh, is it a freaking rocky ice world?
It's not green. Oh, I so badly want to find a green gas giant. A wild one. With my name on it.
Oh, it's
If I was on the far side of the galaxy, without my carrier, and I stumbled across a green gas giant in the wild,
Adjusting for jump.
I would scan that puppy, map that puppy, and immediately, I don't care where I was at, head for the nearest place to turn in my data. I would not finish whatever I was doing, going around the galaxy or something. I would just get that on the
Completing
record
system scan for cartography.
before I died and lost it.
It's not
17 body. Oh, we have lines though.
it is a place.
Finding something that's previously discovered in the map is not necessarily a bad thing. Because it doesn't mean there's first footfalls. It just means someone did the work for you.
Oh God, I've gone.
In this case, we have Null Arnie to thank. And we have atmosphere here with no first footfall. That's neon with 1. That's bacteria or fonticula. It's useless. Neon with nothing. Neon with 1. I'm not even gonna. I can scan those just to show you, Oz. But neon with 1 or 2 bios is going to be bacteria or fonticula. Wait a minute. Let me turn toward that puppy. That's why I targeted. I'm not going to go there. Well, I have to go there to show you that it's actually bacteria. Well, no, I don't. I can show you my tool. And that'll work. That's
Neon
all I need.
atmospheric landable with life.
I guarantee when I get there, this is what I'll find. This bacteria. It's worth 1 million base value. It's not worth the effort. Well, just because it's one bacteria doesn't mean you don't want to effort it. But if it's a neon, methane, or argon with just one or two, then you're pretty safe ignoring it, generally speaking. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay. Let's try doing this. Now, one biosignal on a nitrogen. Again, that's informing bacteria. You probably want to effort that.
Leaving system.
Usually informing's not that hard
Frame
to
shift
spot
now
visually.
engaged.
Usually.
No anomalies detected.
It's not that hard to spot visually. And nitrogen worlds have nice atmospheres. Nice blue atmosphere. If it's dense enough.
Gathering information. Cartography updated.
14 bodies, 3 stars, 4 stars. Do I hear 5? I hear 4 stars going once. Okay, so we got 10 bodies to worry about. Let's see what we got. Kind of surprised I didn't find that
D6.
Earth-like world a while ago.
Landable with atmosphere.
I just said that I hadn't found an Earth-like in a while.
Landable. Body D7.
Cheap,
Landable with atmosphere.
cheap bacteria.
Neon atmospheric landable with life. Body D8. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable.
You haven't found it in a while. That almost sounds like you found it once. But we all know better than that. Nothing worthwhile here.
Frame shift drive charging.
Adjusting for jump.
You know, Mark, if you're still there, this is the region where I found the Fonticula segmentatus. I'm kind of hoping to stumble across another one of those.
By your command.
Oh, I got my hopes up there again for a second, but it looks like it's just a rocky. Oh well.
I will never die. La, 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 across the Milky Way. La, 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 I'll find another day.
Body B5. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable.
Sirens pierce the silence deep, while enemy ships surround me sweet. But courage flows within my veins as pulse lasers
Body
break
B8.
their chains.
Landable with atmosphere.
Waits beyond each
Neon rich atmospheric landable. Body B3. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable with life. May host a new personal codex entry.
System scan complete.
Alright. I don't see anything really worth efforting here.
Frameshift drive charging.
There was a chance that one type of bacteria could be on that one planet. It would be a new codex entry, but it's only,
Jumping to next system.
there's 3 types listed. Probably wouldn't be codex entry. It doesn't pay worth a damn anyway. But if you're going to be doing exobiology, I do encourage you to get something like Bio Insight, the Elite Observatory
Compiling
Core
data
or
for
something.
photography.
You would really find it helpful.
Complete.
Dans l'immensité de l'espace profond, je vole vers un avenir fécond.
Works by reading the journal files and stuff
Place que
in real time. So, yeah. Plus, it also can send your data in to EDSM and the EDDN net, Elite Discovery, whatever network. So it can go into Anara and all in Canon and all that other stuff. Benefit other people.
Body 3. High value body. Meets mapping criteria. Ads starting in 1 minute.
Not for all you people that got gift subs. Wow.
Body 2. High value body. Meets mapping
But you
criteria.
should get it. It's real easy to install and stuff. It's pretty magical. I mean, you just install it and make sure you have the Bio Insights plugin. And it'll pretty much find the default location of where the journal files are. And if you get it and have any questions about how to use it or how to set it up, feel free to ask. I'd be more than happy to walk you through it. If someone my age can figure it out,
Body 4. High value body.
I'm sure you can. That's an ammonia world, but I'm going to ignore it.
System discovery complete. First body to map is 3.
I think Bio Insights now comes with the Elite Observatory Core. I don't think it's necessarily a separate plugin, so you should be good. You should be good to go. The only thing that you want to be sure you do if it doesn't default to it. In the main core thing, when you click core, it'll show you the different plugins that you have installed. Going to the Bio Insights, well, maybe not even that, but be sure maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's Elite Discovery. Yeah, maybe Elite Discovery that sends the data in. Okay, my bad. My bad. It's Elite Discovery that sends in the data to the networks. I was going to say, be sure you have that turned on. Down here, let's press on.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's not the first time I've got that confused either. It's really cool because as soon as you FSS something, and even sometimes before you FSS it, if you auto scan it, just by looking at the gravity and the temperature and the atmosphere type and stuff, it'll look in its database of however magic it does it, and it'll generate a list of possible types of life that are found there, assuming that there is life there. I mean, it may give you a list of 6 items, There may only be two bio signals there though, but whatever you find there generally will come off of that list of 6 things. Be included in that list, so for me that's real helpful because I'll look at that list and go, there is nothing on there that's high value, so I'm not going to worry about it. Or I'll look at it and I'll go, okay, there's a chance that, you know, there may be only one biosignal, but it may list stratum tectonica and something else. And I said, well, there's a chance that stratum tectonica is there, so I have to go surface map it to see what's actually there. So it, you know, helps me break up my time and stuff, make my time more efficient, make my return on investment of my time higher. A little bit of variety here. Let's see.
Through the void, all alone, systems unknown, far from home. Guide my path, stars are vast.
I'm going to be wrapping up here
Body
probably
5A.
about 20 minutes or
Parent
so.
has high angular diameter from body.
Persevere,
Get
chart the
some
way,
breakfast as opposed to meatloaf I had earlier.
guide me true, past systems new, ancient lights.
It's not green, not even a green spot.
Guide me
Looks like
true,
there's plenty more to check though.
endless sight into
There's something
night.
else there.
Scanners beam, planets gleam. First to see, let it be. Pioneer, atmosphere, far and near.
Someone's been here. Witness 10.
No remorse.
Again, just because someone's been here, I could check. In fact, I'll go ahead and check the system map. If they've already mapped everything, then that just saves me the trouble of having to do it. Since I'm not worried about cartographic data. Yeah, they've already mapped everything. Saves me the trouble. No first footfall. We got argon with 2 bios, that's useless. Argon with 2, useless, useless. Useless for me at least. I can guarantee that those are going to be bacteria and fonticula.
Taking steps.
Just to prove my point that bacteria and fonticula.
Past all boundaries.
That's what I want to do. Let's aim at it. So I'm going to scan their whole system, get that out of the way. I was about done anyway.
Cosmic dance, take the chance, make the leap, mysteries deep, time to soar.
Body 6A.
Bacteria and
Landable with
fonticula.
Argon atmospheric landable with life.
Again,
6C.
bacteria and
Landable
fonticula.
with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric landable with life. Body 6B. Landable with atmosphere.
Guide me true,
Argon atmospheric landable with life. Body 6D. Landable with atmosphere. Argon atmospheric landable with life.
These are all low value bacteria and fonticula on those. But I knew that before I did that. This public service announcement is brought to you by me. That's not what I want to do. I want to do this. You want to do this.
Frameshift drive charging.
Looks like I'm getting into an area where I must be getting closer to the galactic plane, but where someone's already been, so it would behoove me to check the system map before I even scan anything now.
Course adjustments.
But again, it looks like someone scanned and mapped stuff, but doing exploration, but not exobiology. So They're not doing first footfalls and stuff. And that's fine. If they map a system of 30 or 40 bodies for me and I don't have to, I just go look at the map and see if there's anything worthwhile.
What's unseen. Moving close.
Nothing here.
Feel my heart expand.
3 stars.
Something calls to me. Just
And
beyond
if somebody's already been in a big system and mapped that whole puppy for me, I'm all for that.
stretching far and wide.
That way I don't have to FSS everything.
Burns deep.
Still might have to go and surface map something, but depending on what kind of planet it is and what kind of life. But still, I'd much rather do it that way than have to spend 10 minutes scanning a whole system just to find out what's there. Because I am not the fastest at
Scanning
scanning.
now.
Virgin ground.
Oh, that was easy.
Charts are running wild. Systems get
Big stuff.
unknown. Every signal sends chills down to the bone. First eyes on forever, stretching far and wide.
Do 1 or 2 more systems, then I will jump back to the carrier and start wrapping up.
Jumping to next system. I hope you know what you're doing.
I'll try to stream again later tonight, but I might actually stream on YouTube. What is it, today, Sunday? Yeah, I might stream on YouTube later today. Try to do
Completing
at least
system
one
scan.
live stream on YouTube a week.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
25 bodies. Nothing on radar though, so someone's probably not mapped this place. Let's see distance between me. Let's verify that no one's been here and mapped it. Oh well. It's okay. It's all mine. There are a lot of systems people did in Horizons and stuff. And did not do
Body
first
2EA.
footfalls. Of course they couldn't.
Nested moon.
So they did most of the work for you. Don't lose heart just because you're going along and you find something that's already been, someone's already been there and discovered it. You know, if you're doing exobiology, I mean, and you want the discovery bonus. That also affects whether I will effort something. If it's only medium value and I'm tempted to go down and get it, if it's got a first footfall already on that planet, I probably would not do it. Because, you know, especially if it's got a high value item, well, if you look, if there's multiple planets in a system with atmospheres that have life, and more than one place has a first footfall by the same guy, you can pretty much assume they're doing exobiology. So sometimes people will land just to get his first footfall, but you know. But then again, if it's a high value item, you may not even care if it's, you might want the discovery bonus, but you'll still do it anyway. Like if it's stratum tectonic or something, I would do that anyway.
Body 4C. Non-locked body with fast rotation.
What I like is those cases where it's like a sulfur dioxide with one biosignal. So it's either stratum or bacteria, stratum tectonica or bacteria, but it's 120 or 200 or 300,000 light seconds away. So you go all that way because you have to map it just to see if it's stratum or if it's bacteria. And then I go, well, if it's not the stratum, I'm not going down. No more gas giants.
Body 5CA. Nested Moon.
That's one.
System scan complete.
Nothing here. Can we do one more system?
Frame
Let me
shift
start
drive
heading back.
charging.
And if there's any intervening systems in between me and the carrier, I'll be doing big jumps on the way back to the carrier. But it will scan them too, but it's possible we'll only be doing one jump. So.
Adjusting for jumps. Interstellar travel mode engaged. Analyzing.
Well, again, that's where it's important that if it's neon, methane, and argon with only 1 or 2 biosignals, and you don't have any of the add-ons to help you, I certainly wouldn't effort it if it's 200,000 light seconds away. But if it's sulfur dioxide, even, well, carbon dioxide and ammonia worlds can have a lot of different variety of types. So, but if it's neon, methane, or argon with 1 or 2, you know, I typically don't worry about those, no matter how far they are. But if it's a sulfur dioxide with 1
Body
or 2,
A6. High value body.
I would check
Meets
it.
mapping criteria. Body A3. Landable with atmosphere. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable.
Following footsteps through the stars, learning what it means to fly, following in the footsteps of giants,
Body A5. High value body. Meets mapping criteria.
Nothing, no.
Body
Okay.
A4.
One more system.
High value body.
Frame shift drive.
Meets mapping criteria. System discovery complete. First body to map is A5.
Jumping to next system.
What's really helpful with these add-ons, though, say you go someplace and you surface map something that says there's tussock or tubus or something there, and you go, tussock may or may not be very good, but some tussocks can be pretty good, and certainly
Completing
some
system scan. Stand
through
by.
Texas can be really high value. So these tools
Body
really
one.
help
Wide ring.
take the guesswork out of a lot of stuff. Humans are good at pattern recognition, so if you don't have a tool, you start learning, you scan an ice world with neon or something, and you go, I always find these or find this, and when I do find this, it's always this type. It always is until it's not. And there's always a case. There's almost always a rare case where what you expect to find turns out to be something else. For literally years, I would have swore on a Bible, bet real money, that a sulfur dioxide with 2
Body
bios
1D.
was
Landable
always
atmosphere. Ammonia atmospheric landable.
Cerebus
with life.
bacteria and stratum tectonica. I don't know, it might have been Mark Gamer or someone told me that there's exceptions to that, and I was like, Then I found one, not very long after that. In fact, I found, where it wasn't stratum tectonica. It was, I can't remember, it starts with an E, stratum something, but But instead of paying 19 point something million, it paid 15 million. Still worth it, but you know, it was not. It broke the rule, you know. And Elite Observatory BioInsights is smart enough to know the difference. It has told me before that it's not stratotectonic, it's something else, and I was like, wow. Oh, it is worth it. Now there's some life in this system. I'll look at the list here in a second and evaluate whether I'm going to effort it or not when I'm done here.
System scan complete.
Probably won't, but let's see what we've got. Okay, we have an ammonia world. Notice I said ammonia, CO2s can have a variety of different things with 4 biological signals. And this is listing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 different types that it could be. I can almost guarantee you one thing is going to drop off this list, and it's not going to be the bacteria. Almost always, the bacteria never drops off. If I had to bet, if I was a betting person, I would say the conch is what's going to drop off. And that would be the only reason I'll go down. I'll go map it just to see. I can virtually guarantee that this conch is going to drop off the list. But if it doesn't, it's 7.77 million base value. I'll go get it. But I'll go map it and see 1D. But I'm pretty sure that conch is going to drop off it. It almost always does. My next option would be Aliota if it was on that list, but it's not. So we want to go to 1D.
Another system on my display. Numbers and charts.
So I'll see something like that nebula over there, and I go, oh, that looks cool. Then I'll find out it's 500-600 light years away or something. But every once in a while, I'll see something off in the distance that's different. And I'll go check it out, see what it is. Even if someone else has been there. I mean, if I have never seen something of that type before, I'll go look at it. Because you never know if you'll ever discover it yourself in the wild. You may never see it again. Alright. I'm betting the concha will drop off the list. And I'll show you what Elite Observatory does. When I map it, it'll gray out something off of the list. Well, off to the side, you'll see what gets grayed out here. Four probes. You might be able to do it with one, but just in case, I'll do it with two. I've got the engineered probes from the human tech brokers, so they're really good. Hey, look what got grayed out on the list. The concha dropped off the list, so I am not going to even worry about it. Oh well. Nothing else worth any kind of real money there, so. Let's head her to the barn. Yeah, that happens all the time. I mean, I'm quite sure. I mean, it happens virtually all the time. That's what drops off. So, but you still have to do it to find out, to be sure. But you know. Okay, let's take big jumps. And back to the carrier. Give me a carrier. 4 jumps. Dang, we put some distance. Even doing little jumps, but we did some distance tonight.
Frame shift drive charging.
We'll go see what we find on the way back.
Through the viewport, colors all new.
Leaving system.
Pulse steady, hands true.
Marine Observatory also, though, there, if you click the clipboard, it shows you what you've scanned and what the total value is, assuming you're getting this toggle where it says first logged, is assuming you're going to get the discovery bonus. That's a manual thing. You may have to manually change it, but if you know you've got the discovery, it defaults to you getting the discovery bonus. So you pretty much know what you're going to bring home from the bank when you turn in.
Again and again, this is how legacies begin.
Tonight has not been a good night. I mean, usually in 3 hours I do about 300 million. I'm just halfway barely, and I'm done almost 4 hours. So not over yet though. Oops. You could find another stratum tectonic or something. I don't know where it would be, but
Landing boots down ground, never the
okay, it's
same.
not around C, not around B.
Signals crackle, echoes of past. Each new horizon, hope
Let's
builds
go
a
see it's in the wild somewhere.
palm of my hand. Gravitate forward, I don't have a plan.
Oh, for Pete's sake, when does this? Oh, there it was right there. Shit. It was right there. And just make some distance, more distance, kind of compress everything together in the sky. Surface larger area, but it was right there. When I stopped, no idea where that was. But
The quiet, the vast starlit crown. It isn't for glory, it isn't for gold. I move through the silence, unbroken, bold.
damn, it's hiding good. There it is.
Body AB1. Landable with atmosphere. Helium atmospheric landable.
Eyes on the stars, forward no end, carving a path where few would stand. Eyes on the stars and dead.
Vectors.
This is how legacies begin. Eyes on the stars. Eyes on the stars.
Gathering information. Cartography update.
Eyes on the stars.
Oh, did I give you a shout out a while ago? Am I that bad of a host? I didn't even shout you out.
Fuel swooping complete.
If I didn't, did it again. I suck. Okay.
Body A2.
Come on, give me something good, mister.
Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable.
Like that. Give me something that says sulfur dioxide with life.
Where empty space ignites your ship
Body
against the
B5.
black, no
Mm.
turning
High value
back.
body. Meets mapping criteria.
Paths untamed, where no one dared to aim. Through storms
Body
of
B1.
stardust bright into
High value
the
body.
night.
Meets mapping
That's a lot
criteria.
of. That's a couple of water worlds possibly here.
Where infinity
Body B2. High value body.
will the stars
Meets mapping criteria.
remember your name when eternity's fade.
Body B3.
They speak of
High
your
value body. Meets mapping criteria. Body A4. High value body. Meets mapping criteria.
signals pierce the void. New worlds to be employed. Your scanners paint the way through
Body
cosmic
A5.
spray.
High value body.
Ancient
Meets mapping
systems
criteria.
shine. Cross boundaries divine. Each pulse a new frontier as you
System
draw
discovery
near.
complete.
Now, other than mapping that
First
water
body
world,
to
there's
map is
nothing
A5.
here.
Drive charging.
Where mystery becomes.
One more check before the carrier. One more system.
When eternity
Adjusting for jump.
Why your name will they speak of your flame? Deep within the spiral logs where light and darkness dance. You
Scanner
sought the
activated.
unknown shores, leave footprints in the cosmic sands. Every beacon that you light guides those who
Nothing here but stars.
endless frontiers call beyond time and space. Will the stars remember your name when eternity
Ads starting in 1 minute.
will they speak of your flame? Will they speak of your flame? Will they remember both?
Jumping to next system. Marvelous.
Here's the carrier over
I'm
there.
most definitely up for that.
Fuels hoping, light beacons in the dark, your lasting mark.
We'll let the autopilot take us in.
You launch into the black tonight. Engines
Well, it's been a
burning
good night.
bright.
I haven't didn't find a whole lot, but it hadn't been bad. Better than not finding anything.
Picard is on, can you feel it? The void is calling out your
The dog would be happy to go outside.
system that you chart. Every world beneath your feet makes you more than what you are.
Hope it's not too late.
You're the first to see what lies beyond the galaxy. Commander, every jump you take writes the future in your wake. The universe is yours to claim. Commander, through the cosmic deep. Never stop till the stars all sleep. Nebula clouds part like smoke. Aliens soar beneath your boots. Every
So once I get
planet
docked,
that
I'll turn in my cartographic data, then we'll go to Vista Genomics and turn in and call it a night. Or a day. Something. That's a cool looking planet.
no one dead. Every system that you chart, every
Moon,
world beneath
yes.
your feet makes you more than what you are. Elite commander, commander, you're the first to see what lies beyond.
I guess I'll head back to the bubble later today. I don't know. Might just move the carrier another light year or 1,000 light years or so and do some exobiology for the next stream. I don't I don't have a lot to do in the bubble. So when I do get back to the bubble, I have to find the Distant Worlds 3 carriers and bookmark them. Yeah, there is. It's like one little jump away from the mega ship or something, but it's there's a couple of them actually near there. It's like one Explorer's Reach or something it's called. Yeah, Explorer's Reach or something. You can turn in your data there. I don't remember the system name though. I don't remember the name of it. Easiest thing to do would be for me to go to SAG-A.
Howdy, partner.
Cannot remember. Oh, let me get to it. Not that one. Well, first, there may be one now at Sagittarius A. Let me. Look at all these carriers here.
Commander at the helm again. The curious cat won't let me rest.
And you could probably turn into some of those carriers, but there is a.
Another world that fails the test.
I think it's just simply called Explorer's Reach. I'm trying to see. Damn it.
They trust me though I'm running blind. Ice and rock on every scanner, but I can't really search behind. I'm looking for that green horizon. One more system.
Okay, now I have this system. I've been to this system. Let's see if that's it.
Keeps on burning through the questions in my mind. Is it out there? Am I crazy?
Maybe that's just a case of me doing exploration. Oh well. Trying to find which system it was, but I think
they watch me when they think I'm sleeping. They wonder if I've lost my way. But something tells me we're not finished, that this discovery's worth the wait. Another icy body fading, another rocky world behind. I see the
doing some Googling here. Okay, Explorer's Anchorage. And it's in this system right here.
the frame shift drive keeps on burning. The questions in my mind. Is it out there? Am I crazy? Can I ask them one more time?
And you see your Sagittarius A there, and it's right there. Copy this name. I'll put it in chat if you want to bookmark it or something.
Everything we've suffered for finally coming true.
Yeah, here it is.
That green light washing over us like
Full service, so you should be good to go.
me different now. We did it, understood. We found our green horizon. Made it through.
I knew it was here. I knew it was Explorer something. Okay, let's do our thing here. This is why I do exobiology. The cartographic data that I've gotten will be nothing compared to what I have in exobiology, and I didn't do that much exobiology. 13 million. It's actually kind of a lot. Okay, now let's go to the real stuff.
Log date 3 parsecs past the edge. Another world beneath my wings. Push past
Keeps putting crap here.
This mission
All
drives
lift.
me to proceed. Stars surround my solitary ship, but in each system that I scan, I find the flames that light the dark. Every star tells a story.
Frame rate and smoothness is not nearly as good as it was in my RX5. I had to change the settings. I could probably improve this a bit, but I have to see. I'm happy to be able to play it all and stream.
Ah, you have some data to sell.
I do, thank you.
Our scientists are keen for your data.
I'm keen for you to give me money. 27 million base value. 136 million. So that's not too bad. I mean, if you've never done exobiology before, you know, you go, wow, that's pretty good.
Contribution to our research.
Been many a day before I did exobiology that I didn't make 130 million unless I was mining or doing something really stupid, like somebody generously gave me a couple of massacre missions to turn in or something. Call lift. Sometimes voice attack is handy. Alright guys, anybody, who do we want to raid? You guys have got any suggestions? I mean, we can raid. I can end this. I appreciate you guys coming in, and I appreciate all the gift subs tonight, folks. That's just wonderful. I appreciate that so much. You don't have to, but I certainly appreciate it. Let's see who's streaming right now. Anybody we know? Doesn't matter. Okay, let's do this differently. Let me look at actual Twitch instead of the stream manager, because its list is not complete. That's slow. Starcat is on Commander Dana Rig. Henkin. I have no idea who Tiata is. French. Okay, I wonder. I'm on. I'd like to see who speaks Spanish or speaks English here. And Russian. Not a lot of people streaming today, right now. Wow. Alright, I guess we're just going to raid... Basic Beyond, we're Holland and Beagle Point. Starcat's heading to Beagle and doing exploration. So we're going to raid Starcat. Guys, let's raid Starcat, and you guys, you know, say hi and, you know, the normal stuff. She's always got this funny name. Is it Starcat or the Starcat? Here it is, Starcat. Let's head in there. She got 98 viewers. Let's give her a couple more. 07 Commanders, thanks for coming in. I'll see y'all next time.
Void of black, credits burning, no way back. Target Lessons written, bridges burn. Space demands your everything. On the don't reach you now. For such a